I mean... yeah, you fit better here. I'll be honest, I thought I was going to stop playing this too. Which way do you look better in there? Nah, you're too windowed there. At the very least, I didn't think I was going to stream this again. But, like, I'm sitting around thinking about what to do today, and of all the stuff that I've done lately, like, we did Hyrule Warriors, we did Curse to Golf, there's Wario World, and I'm like... no, honestly, I just want to answer questions from treasure chests. Evidently. You're telling the truth. There is no mimic among the blue boxes. Literally all of the boxes are blue. You're lying. I haven't seen one quite like that before. There's a mimic among the black boxes. Okay. So you're telling the truth, and that means you're lying. And that means that you... wait. Two of the mimics are not neighbors. Okay, well, we know that's true. So that must be false, and you must both be true, right? Or did I do that too fast? We'll find out. Now we're good. This is fine. So far, so good. Hi. Oh, I want that. I don't know if I can get it, though. I can't. That's really unfortunate. I would sell everything I have to get +8 damage on that magic spell, but I need, like, 250 gold, and I have, like, 70. Moving on, then. Box on the left is a mimic. Alright, one of you, then. Top row has at least one mimic. You must be telling the truth. Bottom row has at least one mimic. You must be telling the truth. Oh, God. Well, I can at least feel good about those two. I don't think this is solvable. Because one of the mimics is between these two, and the other one is between these two. But they both just directly contradict one another. They kind of make each other's, like... they honestly kind of make each other's conditions work. Not all the mimics are the same color, he says. The box above me is a mimic. Alright, it's one of you two. So one of these is a mimic, which means these ones can't both be lying. Therefore, not all of the mimics are the same color. Box below me isn't a mimic. True. Box on the right isn't a mimic. That's also true. Box above me is a mimic. You're lying. Box on the left isn't a mimic. You're lying. Yeah. That was helpful. I will eat the candy. Same number of mimics in red and black boxes. Yeah. Yeah, they worked out pretty quickly, actually. This is fine. A little late on that one, but I'm glad you decided to show up at some point. I will buy a scratch lottery ticket. It was a success. Please recover everything for me. I need that full heal so bad. Well, it's 25 bucks. It might be the difference between living and dying. We don't know. Top row has more mimics than the bottom. That seems correct. Oh, 3 of you say it. Okay, good. There's a mimic among the black boxes? No, there's not. Diagonal left for me is a mimic. That's true. That's a lie. That's true. Ooh, devil armor. Love that for us. Left is a mimic, box on the right is a mimic. One mimic is hiding in a blue box. That seems really easy to believe. Same number of mimics in blue and black boxes. One mimic is hiding in... This seems right to me! Mimic's hiding in a blue box. True. Same number. One yes. That satisfies every condition. Hey. I'll take that, I think. Well, give me the cure, actually. I don't want to sell, like, all of my old equipment, but I don't need to keep most of this. diagonal done right for me is a mimic. So we've got one for sure is here. So mimic among the red boxes. Mimic among the red boxes. Same number of mimics in red and blue boxes. That could be true, and they could both be 0. Diagonal up left for me isn't a mimic. Box on the left isn't a mimic. Same number of mimics in blue and red boxes. Among the red boxes. That's a lie. That's a lie. This works, but I'm just following a path, so I don't actually know that this is correct. It just is theoretically possible. Let's work backwards. There's a mimic among the black boxes. All right, let's assume that's true. So one of you is lying. At least one of you is lying. There's a mimic among the red boxes. This one would have to be false. Same number of mimics in blue and red boxes. That would have to be false. One of these would have to, well, that would technically be true, and that would be false. So this completely falls apart. I think we went with this. I'm gonna just run it. Actually, I got a bunch of these blue crystals. All right, let's run it. Okay, felt good about it. Nice. Box on the left is a mimic, box on the right is a mimic. One of you is lying. Triangle up left for me is a mimic. Okay. So this one's really under suspicion. All right, let's go with this then. Let's follow it, right? Box on the left is a mimic, diagonal on the left is a mimic. This one's wrong. This works. But does it work any other way? We say, okay, bottom row contains no mimics. And we could say this one is false, and then this one and this one are true, and that also works. All right, we're gonna do this. That's useful. Okay. Box on the right isn't a mimic. Top row contains no mimics. I don't think we can trust these. Not yet. Okay. So it looks like these two are telling the truth and this one is lying. But if that's not the case, and these two are the mimics. Box on the left, diagonal of left. Box on the right is mimic, that would be true. Bottom row contains no mimics, that would be a lie. All the mimics are the same color, that would be a lie. So that's obviously not the case. Okay, so that must be the case. Shit. All right, bye. Give me health up. None of the red boxes contain any gold. Okay. Interesting. Diagonal down left isn't a mimic. Oh, this is now tricky. Mark you as all one. Because you all... Well... No, I think these all corroborate. There's two mimics. If one of these is lying, then they're both lying. And if they're both lying, then this one is also lying. And they can't all three be lying. So you have to be okay. Even though the screen kind of flashed there and it scared me. So now there's only black chests left. More mimics in black than red chests? True. Same number of mimics in blue and red boxes? True. More mimics in red? False. None of the black boxes contain gold? Must be false. In fact, there's only gold in those boxes. All right, and we are weak again. Wait, hang on. Yes, but let me get my good weapon up there. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I would love 10 durability on those. Thank you. Honestly, just take it. Still got 2. Wait, no. You have 2. I have 1. Diagonal of right is a mimic. Box on the left is a mimic. Oh, you have to be lying. This This may be going too fast, but I think we got it. Yeah, that made sense to me. More mimics in blue than black boxes. There are more mimics in black than blue boxes. Okay, so one of you is fucking with me. 0 mimics are hiding in black boxes. Okay, I believe you. Because one of these has to be lying, so you can't both be lying. And that means 0 mimics are hiding in black boxes. Oh, 3 of them are actually say that. Barmaro has more mimics than the top. Okay. That would mean it has to be this, I think. Yeah. I would love more max HP. I wish that was permanent, not just run-based. But that would be too strong. 0 mimics in blue boxes. Book it. Two mimics are hiding in black boxes. There's only one black box here. That's the easiest one I have seen. Damage. Taking pretty decent damage, which is not ideal. All right, 2 mimics hiding in red boxes. I think. Like, I'm pretty sure that has to be true. I don't think he can say that. Like, I think it's this. I'm not super trustful of that, so... Okay, yeah. Oh, is that today? Wow, that doesn't matter to me at all. I'm not even trying to be a dick about it. I'm just like, yeah, wow, that didn't enter my mind for 1 second. There was a time that I was like, oh, I should be on top of that. I should be aware. But you know what? Like, Expedition 33 wins everything, and if it doesn't, then the whole thing is stupid. And also, the whole thing is stupid anyway, so... The end! I mean, honestly, I also will, I'll look at who won what. But it's definitely gotten to a point where, like, it's so eye-rolly at this point. Yeah. Every award show in every medium, whether it's video games, movies, music, TV, whatever, what have you, like, they have all just... reduced to big circle jerk competitions. The ones that win are the ones that people with money want to win. I feel like this has to be true. No, it doesn't have to. Alright, let's say you're both lying. How about that? This one says one mimic is hiding in a black box, and that would mean it would have to be this one or this one. So that would mean it's lying, and it can't be lying, so these two can't be lying. Okay, alright, cool. Diagonal down left, diagonal up right has some gold. So this one has gold, which means it's also telling the truth. And that also means that same number of mimics in red and black boxes, there's only one red box and there's no mimic in it, so that means there must also be no mimic in black. Damn, they got nothing but gold. Oh shit, we're at the end. Oh shit, we're at the end. I mean, I guess that works for me. Well, I don't really need that now. I will take that. Do I want to sell all unequipped gear? I don't want to sell all my unequipped gear. I can sell these blue crystals. I don't need those anymore. I'll probably use the whetstone and the magic thread. I don't need that. I don't need this. I'll probably use all the rest of these. I could sell the boring rock, but there's no reason to. Does that get me anything? That gets me one more attack candy. I'll take it. Alright, so first things first, have a javelin and a wind scroll and a fire scroll. And I'm gonna heal so you don't kill me in one hit. 22 is doable. This is fun. Got him. Alright. Cool, that was a run. Hey, Ash, what's up? I would like to increase my starting max HP, please. All right, the top row has at least one mimic. That must be true. Top row contains no mimics. You're fucking lying. Oh no. Okay, well this we can say for sure at least. All the mimics are the same color. Let's say we say it's true. It could be either of these, and that would work. Bottom row contains no mimics. Actually, let's work this way. All the yeah, if we say that's a lie, it works because it's red and black, and then bottom row contains no mimics. Not all. Oh no, okay, yeah. It's one of you two, because you two argue directly with one another. But that means this one must be true, so the bottom row contains no mimics. Which means it is actually you. Good. Bottom row has one mimic, bottom row has no mimics. One of you has to go. Okay. There are more mimics in red than blue boxes. There are more mimics in blue than red boxes. Okay. So one of you are lying because you argue directly with one another. So by proxy, then, everyone else is telling the truth. So there are more mimics in red than black. Same number in blue and black, 0 in red. Understood. Can I just say I really like that you actually gain XP, not from fighting, but from opening treasures. Okay. So all the liars are over here somewhere. There's a mimic among the red boxes. That has to be true. So that's a start. One mimic is hiding in a black box. You have to both be telling the truth. Because if they were both lying, now let's follow this. One mimic is hiding in a black box. Lies. Then one of these would also have to be lying because it can't be both 2 and 0. These are in direct opposition with one another. So these... So mimics are hiding in blue boxes. That's true. We can verify that. Top row contains no mimics. That's true. We can verify that. So both of these are lying. Okay, that's actually what I was leaning towards. Okay. Cool, cool. Here we go. Top row contain... Alright. Box on the right is a mimic. Diagonal up right from me is a mimic. Alright. So you two just argue with each other. Alright. So, one mimic is here, one mimic is here. What's what? Diagonal on the right from me isn't a mimic. Sure. Top row contains no mimics. Okay. That means you're lying, you're telling the truth, and you're lying. Wait. Stop! Oh, diagonal up right from me is a mimic. Okay, hang on. Top row contains no mimics. Diagonal on the left, that's the mimic. Diagonal up right from me is a mimic. Top row contains no mimics. That's true. Box on the right is a mimic, that's false. This weapon's about to break, but hopefully I won't need to use it for much longer. 0 mimics in red boxes or 2 mimics in red boxes? Well, one of you is lying, and it can't... Okay, here's the thing. One of these two is lying because they can't both be true. They're in direct argumentation with each other. But if this one is lying... If 0 mimics hiding in red boxes is lying, then necessarily, shit, they could both be lying. They could both be lying. But that at least means these two can't be lying. There is some gold somewhere in the bottom row. At least one of these two is lying. It could be both. Well, hang on. Diagonal up left for me isn't a mimic. Yeah. Yeah. Diagonal down right for me isn't a mimic. Yeah. Alright. Gold in the bottom row. Verified that. 0 mimics are hiding in red boxes. That turned out to be a true thing. There's not gold in the top row. And there are not 2 mimics in red boxes. All that for a rock. That wasn't so bad. I will try the medicine. Nice. Well, I'm actually healed, so... Gut's pretty low, but what do we have for food? Honestly, not much. I will take the charm. There's nothing like the freedom to be wrong. There. Oh, hang on. I have a whole bunch of, yeah, take the branch, the sickle, the other sickle, probably the mini knife, and the wood axe. And at least one set of clothes. I'll keep the rest. I suppose I will take a defense candy, because whatever. Box on the right is a mimic. Alright. Diagonal up right for me is a mimic. You're all okay. Box on the left isn't a okay. So the box on the left isn't a mimic. Diagonal up right is a mimic. Box on the technically these all corroborate each other, so you're wrong. All the mimics are the same color? Not all the mimics are the same color. Which we know that to be the case now. Bottom row has more mimics than the top. That physically can't be true. Two mimics are hiding in black boxes. No, they're not. There's only one black box. There are more mimics in red than black boxes. Wait, all the mimics are the same color. Wait, all the mimics are the same color. Not all the mimics are the same color. So one of you is the other mimic. Which means there are two mimics hiding in red boxes. There are more mimics in red than black boxes. There are the same number of mimics in the top and bottom rows, so it's you. Pretty shit treasure, actually. Thank you. All the mimics are the same color, and 3 of you say it. So they must be black, which I hate to say that. That must be true. None of the black boxes contain any gold. There's no mimic among the blue boxes. That's true. Okay. Diagonal left from me is a mimic. All right, one of you's locked in over here. More mimics in blue than black boxes. Okay, I'll throw you in that as well. Box on the left isn't a mimic. So that means for you to be true, you have to be true, then you have to be true. And that's enough corroboration for me. So you're wrong. One of you must be lying, so I'm gonna trust this one. Which then answers my question then. You're correct, you're incorrect. Hey! You know what? Give me the straight heel. The gut's not doing well. More mimics in blue than red. And then on number 2, bottom row has more mimics than the top. So this actually answers our question, I think. More mimics in blue than red. Top has more than bottom, and this one. Okay. Good, got a little heal in there. Kind of trying to use all the weapons evenly. And we're at 20. Hold on. Let me put on the good stuff again. Yeah, I would love that. Thanks. If you get too hungry, it's instant death. I mean, I know it feels that way sometimes. Just heal it all up. Give me a heal. Probably the thread. And then... yeah, load me down with, sharp sickle, normal bow. Take the sword, too. Jacket. Clothes. And I'll keep the other jacket. And with that, I can take probably 2 more of these and 1 more of these. It's getting there. 3 mimics. All right. I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop playing Mimic Logic. I played Age of Imprisonment this week. I played Cursed Golf. I don't even remember what else I played. And I was like, I just want to open more boxes. I can't help it. Cannot be stopped. Alright, this is tough. The one that stands out the most to me is all the mimics are the same color. So, if that's... I'm gonna operate on the assumption that that's true. Not because I actually think it's true, but because I want to prove it false. So that would make both of these false, and then there would be 1 more mimic. So everything else would have to be true. No mimic among the red boxes. No mimic among the red boxes. More in blue than black, yeah. No mimic among the black, sure. There is a mimic among the blue. Yes. Same number of mimics in blue and black boxes. False. Oh no, this works and I hate it. Oh no, I hate that this works. Oh, this actually sucks super hard. Alright, do it the other way. All the mimics are the same color. False. True, true. No mimic among the red boxes. False if it proves itself false immediately. Okay. I can't believe it. None of the red boxes contain any gold. That's physically impossible. You are lying for certain. There's a mimic among the red boxes? Yes. None of the red boxes contain any gold. No. Yes, Snully, I have. That can happen. Where, like, the circumstances kind of prove... Like, they kind of work out either way. There are some where, like, sometimes the solution just cannot be puzzled out. Some gold hiding somewhere in a red box. That has to be true. There's 8 red boxes. We see from what's at the top that gold is in 4 of them. Mathematically, at least one has to have... at least one of them must have gold in it. Ranos Kala has one or more mimics. Demonstrably true. There is a mimic among the blue boxes. So, one of you must be lying. So you two are good. So I'm gonna open these. How much gold have we got? 1, 2, 3. The last one's gold. You are correct. I am talking to you two. I can see both chats. You can't, because if I put the YouTube chat down here, Twitch will be mad at me. Do I have... Nah, you know what? Forget it. I don't need it. Box on the right is a mimic, box on the left is a mimic. Alright, one of you is lying. Box on the right is a mimic, leftmost column has one or more mimics. One of you is lying. Box on the right isn't a mimic, box on the left isn't a mimic. You can't both be lying. There's no mimic among the black boxes. We can't prove that yet. Box above me isn't a mimic. The only thing in here is gold, so if I have to skip past this, then so be it. Yeah, you know what? Psh, forget it. Oh god, everything's breaking! One mimic is hiding in a red box. You must be telling the truth because you're in a red box. Bottom row has more mimics than the top. Top has more than the bottom. One of you's lying. But there's corroboration over here. Two of you say there's more on the bottom than the top. One mimic is hiding in a blue box. 0 mimics are hiding in blue boxes. Oh, hang on. The box above me isn't a mimic. If that's lying, then this one is also a mimic. And they can't both be, so this must be true, this must be true. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, good. Okay. All the mimics are the same color. That seems, at this point, impossible. The only way it could be true is if it's all three of the black boxes, and it can't be all three of the black boxes, because one of these two has to be telling the truth. 0 mimics are hiding in blue boxes. False. 1 mimic is hiding in a blue box. Also, the bottom row does have more mimics than the top row. Oh my god! Oh shit. Use everything I've got, actually. Use all of this stuff to, like, soften up the enemies. Oh, thank goodness. Whew. Yeah, can I get good stuff? Because, like, I don't have very good stuff. 1 mimic in a red box. Alright, box on the right is a mimic. So that marks one of you. And since one of you... Alright, let's say you're both lying. That would mean that this one is telling the truth. But that would mean that this one is lying. And this one is lying. So, check that. You're both telling the truth, and that's a mimic. Box on the left has some gold in it. The hell it does. No gold in the box above me? That's true. Mimic among the blue boxes? True. Box on the right is a mimic? False. No mimic among the black boxes? True. Oh boy. Yeah, give me all of these you possibly can. And the weapon. This is actually going to be kind of really bad. Didn't need the charm. That's good. We can sell that back. Sell a couple of warm jackets. All of these bad why did I buy this? Oh, yeah. You can take the blue crystal. Too. I won't be needing that. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, A rank is doable, although we're still really low on all of the, you know, survival type numbers. Well, if I sell you a rice ball, I can get another defense candy. I can sell you this iron armor. Oh boy. You know what? Take this too. I'm not gonna run out of durability. I need every single last bit of advantage I can possibly pull. There we go. Shuriken. We're gonna go energy drink. And that's all I can do. Go as hard as you can. That's so much! This is literally going to come down to whether my girl procs or not. It's all I can do! Oh my god! Yes! Why? Why did you have to make it so stressful? You could have procced on any of the first three. But instead, you just hung out in the background and kill stole. What the fuck? Moving on. Alright, we're back to 7 chests and 2 mimics. Top row has at least 1. That's probably true. 2 mimics are hiding in red boxes, he says, with only 1 red box on screen. Two mimics are hiding in blue boxes. That was easy. Mage life. It does feel appropriate. Same number of mimics in top and bottom rows. 3 of them say it, they can't all be wrong. Top row is more than the bottom. That's untrue. Zero mimics are hiding in blue boxes. That's also true. There are more mimics in black than red boxes. Yes. Diagonal of left is a mimic. I like that I'm starting to I'm starting to see like the tells, the really obvious tells, where it's like, okay, if one of them says something is a mimic, then I can mark either that one or the one it's pointing to. One of them is lying for sure, so I can just mark that out immediately. Some gold hiding somewhere in a black box. That is probably true. No, it has to be true. Mathematically, it has to be true. Also, 3 of them say it, so it definitely has to be true. None of the blue boxes contain any gold. Plausible. More mimics in black than red? Sure. Same number of mimics in blue and black. I think you are lying. But I don't know that for sure yet, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna open these ones, because I'm sure about these ones. We opened 3 with gold. There's only 3 with gold. So none of the blue boxes contain any gold, because all the gold has already been opened. So you're good. And you had hyper armor, so I'm glad we did that. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we need to equip hyper armor right now. I think we can get by with blue just fine. No, stop it! Hell yeah! I guess it doesn't matter if we're not getting hit. Right, box on the right is a mimic. Got one of you. Yeah, I got candy. I need to use the candy, but I'll do that when we're on another combat floor. I think I forgot on the last one. Same number of mimics in blue and black boxes. All right, there are more mimics in black than red boxes. If you are false, then that would necessarily mean that this one would have to be false. Yeah, no, that can't be false. Okay, that has to be true. I'm working through it. More mimics in black than red. So that either means it's 2-0 or 1-0. So therefore, then, one of these must... Yeah, in that case, none of the red ones can be... Yeah, none of the red ones can be mimics. So you must be... I am so not confident in this, and I'm gonna open them anyway. Let's go! That was another hyper armor, too. Now I don't have to be shy about wearing it. Now, yeah, all right, we got a charm. Now it's okay if we fuck up once in a while. Yeah, we got max HP and gut candy. Nice. All the mimics are the same color? Not all the mimics are the same color. Some gold somewhere? There must be some gold somewhere in the bottom row. And that means that you're lying. Which means that you're telling the truth and you're telling the truth. Oh, shit. Wait, 0 mimics are hiding in red box. Okay, cool. Whoa! Barbecue meat restores 9,999 gut? That is a brand new item. Sick. Oh, hell yeah, girl! Let's go! Making it free. Oh, this is so good so far. This is a really nice run. Yeah, give me the basic meal. I'll be a little frugal. This is fine. Alright, 3 from here on. And one of them is sleeping. Three mimics are hiding in red boxes. There is only one red box. Okay. Very good. Thank you. No mimic among the red boxes. They can't all be lying because I know this one is, and there's only 3. It's a mimic among the blue boxes. Already know that's true. Top row has more mimics than the bottom. There's already one on the bottom. There can't be more than one on the top, so you cannot be telling the truth. Same number of mimics on the left and right. That's currently true, but we don't know what this one is saying. Didn't bring a crystal. Wait, bottom row has more mimics than the top. Oh yeah, if I mark this as lying, then this one could be true, and this one obviously could be true on account of the fact that it's not saying anything. So if you do the opposite, same number on left and right, bottom has more than the top, that also works. But we gotta leave this. Gotta leave it. There's no way to... If we had that one last piece of information, we could have probably gotten through it, but I don't have any way to get it out of him. Top row has at least one mimic. That has to be true because you can't incriminate yourself. Same with this one. There is a mimic among the red boxes, says 2 of you. And you argue. You two are also in argument with one another. Some gold somewhere in the leftmost row. Well, let's open these. Neither of those are gold. right, where do we start? There's a mimic among the red boxes. Let's start by assuming that that's a lie. There is no mimic among the red boxes. Okay? We would then necessarily have to mark this one true, because there's no mimics among the red boxes. This one would then have to be false. This one would then also have to be false. And that one we can't say. So, obviously that doesn't work. That gives us too many mimics. Ergo, there must be at least one mimic among the red boxes. Correct? Correct. Now at this point, only 2 of these can be not mimics. We know this one. There is a mimic among the red boxes. That also answers itself. There's no mimic among the blue boxes. Oh, this is weird. Okay, so we have one marked. Let's just go with you're lying. There is a mimic among the blue boxes, but that would also mean if you're lying, true, false, true. No, that could work. That could work. All right, let's go the other way. There is a mimic. There's no mimic among the blue boxes. That would make you false. But then one of the last 2, the only 2 that are left are blue. So that doesn't work. This is false. This must be false. This feels wrong somehow. Gonna end up... Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm gonna end up starving. Alright, let me... Okay. We know that that can stay. We already know that. There is no mimic among blue boxes. True. False. Okay, yeah, we established this one. That's gotta be a lie. That's gotta be true. That's gotta be a lie. That's gotta be true. It's a lot of trouble for a gut candy. Nice. I'll take that too. Okay. Box on the right is a mimic. Alright, that narrows down one of you. Box on the left is a mimic. That narrows down one of you. So there's only one left in the final 5. Top row has at least one mimic. It must. There's no mimic among the red boxes. That feels like it can't be true. Technically, it could be. There's No mimic among the boxes. Yeah, we can say that's true. I know, like, the optimize button actually gives you the weapon that is just strong enough to kill the thing in front of you, which is such an incredibly useful thing in a game with weapon durability. It's crazy. It's the reason why I love so much games with small damage numbers. Because when the damage numbers are small and manageable, like, it allows you to really, like, math out some specific things like that. You know, going up against a thing that has 12 hit points and hitting it for 12, and being able to do that because you figured all that out ahead of time is incredibly satisfying. Hang on a second. Box on the right is a mimic. True. Actually, no. Before I do any of this, we're going to open those because we know those are fine. 2 halberds. Take that. Alright. Let's say we trust there's no mimic among the red boxes. That would make this one true and this one true. Box above me isn't a mimic. No, that can't be lying, because that one then wouldn't be a mimic. Alright, so, alright. Work it back around. Let's say we trust both of these. Box on the right isn't a mimic. Is a mimic, true. Box isn't a mimic. Okay, yes. The box on the left is a mimic. No. That would make that, okay. And then this, okay. No, you'll notice that, the top middle one says, top and bottom rows, but the bottom middle one says leftmost column. So it is referring to rows and columns. Separately. Okay, so for that to be true, we'd have to make then, like, this one false. That would be true, and then that would be true. But that can't be true. Can't be. Because there's one over here. Okay. Alright, so let's say that both of the accusatory ones are lying. Yeah, again, that can't... So actually, I think this one must be lying. Because I've tried to make it so that both of these are telling the truth. But the logic doesn't work here. This one says the box on the right is a mimic. If it's... Yeah, I know. I've been here for a long time. Have some bread and shut up. So just looking at these four. The box on the right is a mimic. Okay, say we believe that, because we're working on there's no mimic among the red boxes. That would mean that this one would have to be a mimic, which says the box above me isn't a mimic, which would mean that it is 1. So that doesn't work. I mean, it can, like this one and this one can be lying in a vacuum. And then this one would be safe. Like this, if you just look at these 4, this works. But there is no way that both of these red chests can be true. So this one must be a mimic. That then means there is at least 1 or more mimics in the leftmost column. Same number of mimics in top and bottom rows? Can't be. Can't be. We've already found 1. We know one of these is lying. So that's true, that's true, that's false. That's true. Woo! Whoops. This thing goes so hard on optimizing your weapons, it will actually optimize your weapon to no weapon. I'm not a mimic. Okay. 2 mimics are hiding in black boxes. That's worth keeping an eye on. That's very specific. Oh, God. Oh, this is a lot, actually. Fuck. Alright, what's one we can isolate? Let's start from I'm not a mimic. Let's say he's lying. So that would have to work the rest of it out and see if we can isolate that. Does the rest of this work, assuming that to be the case? Bottom row has 1 mimic? Sure. Leftmost column contains no mimics. False. What else can we say? More mimics in black than red. That could still be true. Top has more than bottom. That could still be true. 1 mimic hiding in a blue box. That could still be true. Although, under this configuration, and none of this is confirmed, we're just playing around. Necessarily, the rightmost column has 1 or more mimics. If this one was lying... well, this one would have to be lying. No, it doesn't, because if it's telling the truth, then it could still be over. Yeah, okay. Well, no, because that messes with other things. But you would have to be true in this situation, because it makes a lot of other things untrue. 1 mimic in a blue box. False. Top row, more mimics than the bottom. False. More in black than blue. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, try this again. Bottom row has 1, true. Leftmost contains none, false. Rightmost contains 1 or more, true? False. Let's say that's lying. 1 mimic hiding in a blue box, true. Top row is more than the bottom. True. More in black than red. False. I think that one's not a mimic. I was right. Unfortunately, that doesn't give us very much. Okay. Looking for one that's very, very specific. If 2 mimics are hiding in black boxes, if we assume the U to be true, then it has to be 2 of these. And I think the 2 most likely in that case would be these 2. I can't say that's it. That's a wild assumption. But let's work from it. Bottom row has at least 1 mimic. That's a lie, so that would make this true. More mimics in black than blue. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's 2 here, so that tracks. That works here. Oh, actually. Yeah, these 2 kind of corroborate, don't they? Not necessarily. Oh, I hate this. I mean, I really like it. If this is true, if this is for sure true, then this is for sure true. This makes this true. This does not make this true. I'm having a lot of trouble with this. More mimics in black than red. How did I finish? I figure I'm not a mimic was definitely true. I worked from the assumption that it was false first. And then I kind of just like went through and marked all the other ones to see if it got us to a logical solution, and it didn't. So essentially trial and error. I was like, if it's not, like, it's a very binary choice, right? It's true or false. So if it's false, then that gives us cues that we can work with on the other clues, because it was in like the bottom row and on the left, and there were other clues that said there's no mimic on the left, or there's, you know, this or that. So I was like, okay, that if it's false, that means this is true, this is true, this is false. And it got me to a point where the logic started falling apart and there were like 5 liars. So I was like, all right, the logic doesn't work if it's false, so it must be true. That's what I'm trying to do with the rest of these, except that the logic is much more... It's... I'm gonna do something a little unnecessary. I have a charm. I'm gonna try to open these. Holy shit. That was a guess, and I only got away with that guess because I had a charm. And I was like, I'm gonna risk it. Okay. So, with that, bottom row has at least 1 mimic. Lie. Top row has more mimics than the bottom? Must be true. One mimic hiding in a blue box? Lie. Rightmost column has a mimic? True. That was like an educated guess, and I could not verify it at all. I was really just kind of hoping. And shit worked out real clean. I was protected if it didn't work, and then I'd be able to, like, move on from there. But yeah, boy, I was not... 2 mimics hiding in black boxes. Well, shit, that has to be true, because if they're lying, then they're both lying. And then, oh, well, no, that would work, actually, because they'd be lying. Let's mark them down, because they agree with each other. There's some gold on the left. There's no gold on the right. Rightmost column contains no mimics. No gold in the top. There's some gold somewhere in the bottom. You can't all have gold. Scared the shit out of me. Screw it. Give me the BBQ. Full gut heal. No gold and no mimics. Alright. I'm gonna open these. Another educated guess. Alright, so at two of the 4 must be in these black boxes. So there's only one mimic left of these three. Leftmost column has 1 or more mimics. Seems really likely. And that's why we'll work under the assumption that it's false. That would make both of these true. Gold somewhere in the leftmost row. We can't say for sure. Man, who the fuck cares if there's gold? Alright, if that were the case, that would make this one automatically lying. And all the rest of them are only concerned about where there's gold, which we can't say for sure. I think we have to quit on this one. Oh, you're super right. I see it now. I didn't see it before. Yeah. This says leftmost row, rightmost row, and bottom row, and also rightmost column. I think that this is like procedurally generated. And as such, it is probably, the procedural generation is probably using column and row interchangeably. Would be my guess. I'm leaving this. I don't feel good about it, like I wanted to solve it, but I plain and simply could not see the way forward on that one. No, it might kill me. I mean, I wouldn't say that I love it. But at the same time, it's honestly pretty easy for me to look at it and be like, okay, leftmost and rightmost are the words that matter there. That's pretty good. Yeah, a couple of blue crystals would have really helped in that last go through. What else can I sell? I guess I could have burned the charm, but we got 10 more floors to go through, and I just didn't see that much benefit in beating my head against that one for much longer. Wait, what the hell? I thought I... Oh, no. Oh, no! Tick tock, tick tock. Okay, hang on. There's a lot going on here. Not all mimics are the same color. All right, you two are in agreement. That also seems extremely likely, but it's not... It's not impossible for them to be lying. More mimics in red than blue. Okay, you say that. Is there anyone who says the opposite? More in black than red, and you say there's more in red than black. Alright, let's do this. Not all mimics are the same color. Let's say that's wrong. If that were the case, that would mean all the mimics are the same color. So one of these would have to be the final one. So all of these would have to be true. So does that work? No. There's more mimics in red than blue? No. Obviously wrong. Ergo, not all mimics are the same color. Confirmed. Next up, we have 2 blue, 2 red, and 3 black. Within that, more in red than black, more in black than red. So we've got 1 or 2 mimics here. Confirmed for sure. More in red than blue. You, okay. Next up, there are more mimics in red than blue. You agree with each other, so what if you're both lying? There's more mimics in red than blue. Then this one would have to be the third one. Because then it would be 2 to 1. No, stop. More mimics in red than blue. It would actually mean the opposite. It would have to be this one. More mimics in blue than red, because this one's lying. More mimics in black than red. Would that be a lie? Yes. Top row has 1, true. More in red than black, true. More in black, no, because these two conflict. So yeah, one of you is lying. More in red than black, one and more in black than red. Hold on, my brain just like melted for a second. Let me do that over. More mimics in red than blue boxes. So we're gonna try to confirm this by working the logic if it was false, which is less likely. So in this case, there's more mimics in blue boxes than red. The only way that works, knowing these two are already open, is if it's this. So there can be no more mimics. One of these two has to be a mimic. Therefore, there are more mimics in red than blue boxes. And if that's the case, this is lying. Which also means that this is lying because it makes the same statement. Top row has at least one mimic. True. More mimics in blue than black boxes. No. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. I do think this is right, though. I have to work through it slower. Okay, these are safe. Confirmed. Confirmed safe. These are in conflict with one another. So either these are both lying or this one is. Let's say you're both telling the truth, because if that's the case, these three must be lying. And I'm not sure I believe that. Top row has at least one mimic. Lie. More mimics in blue than black. Lie. More mimics in red than black. Lie. More in black than... Shit, it works. Okay. It's getting really tricky. Really, really, really tricky. right, 0 in blue boxes, 1 in blue box, 2 in blue boxes, 1 in blue box. All right, there's a whole bunch of lying going on here. More mimics in black than blue, more in blue than black. All right. So there's lying happening here as well. I think that necessarily makes all the rest of these true. Because I think in this set of ones, at least 2 of them must be lying. 2 of them say 1. Actually, you know what? These ones have to be true. These ones have to be false. Because if not, if it's like 0 or 2, then all 3 of the other ones must be false. And then there's no room for one of these to be a mimic. So necessarily then all 3 of those are true. Now, what does this tell us? Left row has more mimics than the right. Then this is the mimic then. Ooh! Flashy ring. Anytime one of those things flashes, it scares the hell out of me. But I'm still happy to have it. For what it's worth, I've never seen center show up on one of these. It's always either been top, bottom, left, or right. But it doesn't mean it won't come up. It just means it hasn't yet. Box on the right is a mimic. Okay, so one of you is a mimic for sure. Not all the mimics are the same color. All the mimics are the same color. So we have 2 or more of our mimics marked here. If you were lying, then you would have to be lying. You would also have to be lying. So actually, boom, 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 boom. Makes sense to me. Good. Great start. We could just move on from here. That's 4 of 6 in like a few seconds. Not all mimics are the same color. That's now known to be false. Wait, what the hell? Oh, that says the same thing as the other 3. Oh, I thought it... Oh, wow. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Okay, so you're lying. You're lying. There was some gold in a blue box. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Yeah, it hurts. I'm not gonna lie, shit's getting a little rough. Three mimics are hiding in red boxes. Okay. Doubtful. Well, one of you's lying. Like, one of you is for sure lying. It's probably both of you. Let's say it's true. 3 mimics in red boxes. That That would then mean everything else is true. So no mimics in blue boxes. Leftmost column has one or more mimics. 0 and bottom row has a mimic. Can this work? That would be a lie. That would be true. That would be a lie. That would be a lie. I hate that that works. Let's do this one then. 3 mimics hiding in black boxes. It would have to be these 3 specifically. Okay, 0 mimics in blue boxes. True. 2 mimics in blue boxes. False. So we know that one at least is a mimic. And therefore we know that one's safe. Wait. Oh. Oh. So there are 3 mimics hiding in red boxes. So these ones are all safe. So it is actually this configuration. Oh wow, that came together a lot more clean than I was expecting it to. That was quite pleasant, actually. Hey, good looking out, Nasa. Okay. There's more mimics in blue than red. There's more mimics in red than blue. So we've got one. We've got one there. More mimics in black than red. Same number in black and red. So one of you is lying. Top row has more mimics than the bottom. Bottom row has more mimics than the top. Okay. So, therefore, we've marked out where 3 liars definitely are. So you, and you must all be safe. And more importantly, that means these are all clues that we can trust. Gold hiding in a black box. Well, alright. Cool. Right row has more mimics than the left is important. That's super important. Because to have more mimics than the left, it can only have one. It's either this one or this one. It's not both. So the left row column must have 0. And that means these 2 are lies. And therefore... fuck off. Assholes. Boy, this is gonna be a thing. I will try the medicine this time. You are an asshole. But I did do that to myself. Okay. We don't need the charm. We probably won't need the sharp sickle. We definitely won't need the shovel or the blue crystal. Or the wake-up bell. We will probably need as much healing as we can possibly get. I got 5 of those? I will use that to buy one more deal. You don't know, that might be all we need. I'm also a little worried about gut, but there's no food, so... I guess we're just... Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Alright. The best we can. $38 damage, huh? Okay. Alright, at least gut's not gonna be an issue, but... Boy, I hope deep heal is deep. Wait, hang on, we got this? Wait, hang on, we got this. I don't even need the deep heals. The attack was really good, actually. Yeah. Yeah. More blood. I'm sorry, did I say score negative 648? How did I get a negative... You know what? I don't care. 2 mimics out of 6. Mimic among the red boxes? Well, there must be. So it's you. Did the score overflow? That's possible. Perhaps a bit, perhaps that's a bit cocky of me to think, but Top Row has at least 1 mimic. True. Because you can't say it if it's not true. So you're lying. It actually, like, pulled us back quite a bit on the overall difficulty of these things, so... I'm not going to necessarily talk through all of the logic here. So that would be a really good time. Thank you. Genuinely. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Same number in red and black. There's only one black, and well, they could both be 0. But there can't be more mimics in black boxes than red boxes. So that at least must be true. Jeez. Shit. It's unsolvable. Or at least I think it is. Optimized to exactly 6 damage. Two mimics are hiding in blue boxes. No, they're not. Yes, it is. Thank you for saving me a hit. Sometimes you can't be 100% sure about the answer to a puzzle. At times like that, just give up. If you're not sure, just give up. That's the lesson. Just give up and bail. Hello. Still only 2. Diagonal done right for me is a mimic. Alright, one of you is lying. However, this one says the same thing as this one. So that's rather interesting. If you were both lying and there were the same number of mimics in red and blue ball, you literally can't be. You can't, but, well, no, that's not true. Because that would be a false statement. So there's not the same number of mimics in blue and red boxes. Box on the left isn't a mimic. You would be lying, and that invalidates the whole exercise. So, true, lie. Box on the left is a mimic. That's demonstrably true. Diagonal down left for me is a mimic. Also demonstrably true. There's a mimic on black boxes. Bullshit, there is. Done. Cool. Oh boy. Okay. So you and you are linked, but also you are linked. This is interesting, because if this is telling the truth, diagonal on the left is a mimic, then this one is lying, which also means that this one is lying. But that can't be the case, because box on the left isn't a mimic. But then it would be, but then that would mean it's telling the truth. So you're good, then, I think. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, so we have one confirmed here. Same number of mimics in blue and red boxes. That has to be true. Only because they can't both be lying. We can only have one more mimic. If there's the same number of red and blue, there's only one red one left! Sorry, buddy. I don't believe you. Give me that defense. Okay. Diagonal up left or diagonal down right. It's going quite well. I haven't been eaten once. Holy shit, there's a timer. Fuck. Okay. Top row has a mimic. That's... Oh. Well, then that one's bullshit, then. Okay, no, we're fine. Never mind. Diagonal of right isn't a mimic? True. More mimics in blue than black boxes? I mean, true. Bottom row has at least one mimic. Good! That wasn't as scary as I thought. Yeah, I figured that would happen. Hit him with the shovel. All the mimics are the same color? Not all the mimics are the same color. These have to be true, because if they were both lying, then they would actually be telling the truth. Bottom row contains no mimics. Top row contains no mimics. Diagonal down right for me is a mimic? No. Hold on. Diagonal down right isn't a mimic. But then that would make this one... Oh, no, this one can... No, that's 3 mimics. What the fuck? Whoa! 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 What the fuck is going on? I was completely wrong about this. All mimics are the same color. All mimics are not the same color. That's actually the only thing that works here. Everything else here corroborates it. Oh, that was close. That was uncomfortable. I almost moved forward with an extremely wrong assumption that would have gotten me killed, and I don't think I have a charm. I don't. I have many things. A charm is not one of them. Alright. Diagonal on the left is a mimic. The box on the left is a mimic. Alright, so we have a whole triumvirate of potential liars in here. Hang on. If this one's telling the truth, that would mean this one is not a mimic, which means it's telling the truth. But that one says there's 2 mimics in blue boxes, but if this one's a mimic, then there can't be 2 in 2 boxes. So this one has to be the mimic, and this one has to be telling the truth, and this one has to also be a mimic, which means everything else is fine. One in a red box, one in a black box. None of the black boxes have gold. Direct. Yep. Cool. Yeah. Whoa! No! Wait! Hold on, I didn't realize we were in that position. I was not paying attention at all. Is that even? Oh god, it's still not. Oh shit. Have the shiz. Eat the shiz. Okay. We've opened a lot of stuff for us to be, like, still almost dying on every floor. Oh. I only doubled my money. I love that the relics stack. You know, I healed gut, but the HP recovery is worth it. Yeah, let's grab one of those for emergencies, and a couple of those as well. There's nothing I want to sell! That's fine, I can always buy later. Alright. Same number of mimics in top and bottom rows. Well, if you were both oh, never mind. I don't even have to work through that because there's a third one that says it. Just open you all up while I'm thinking about it. Bottom row has more mimics than the top. Literally impossible. So there is a mimic in a red box. And yes, there are no mimics hiding in black boxes, so you're also lying. Next. Top row has more mimics than the bottom row. So if you were lying, then you would have to be lying, and you would also have to be lying, so that you're telling the truth. Top has more than the bottom. Which necessarily means you're lying. And as a result, you must be telling the truth. Which means you're also telling the truth. And you're lying. Cool. Ooh! The jewel. He'll sell it at a high price. Well, he'll buy it at a high price. You know what I mean. You know the joke. I'm still walking around this dungeon in a fucking Windbreaker. I'd really like some actual armor. Not all the mimics are the same color. Book it. There's a mimic among the black boxes, or there is no mimic among the black boxes? If you were both telling the truth... Actually... Okay, so if you were both telling the truth... You'd be lying if there's a mimic among the red boxes, which, okay, that would be a lie. You'd be lying that there's no mimic among the black boxes, which that is also fine. Help. Okay, cool. Then we're done here. Thanks for joining us. Out here getting my ass kicked. One mimic is hiding in a red box. Alright. What if that wasn't true? Well, then that would also be untrue, so they have to be true. But that also means only one of these is true. Or one of these is lying, but only one. One mimic is hiding in a black box. Yeah, you can't self-incriminate, so you must be telling the truth. So then, diagonal on left isn't a mimic. Diagonal upright has some gold. Yeah, that's true. And then that's also true, yeah. I like the two of them trying to, vouch for each other. It's like, hey, that one's cool. That one's not a mimic. Yeah, I heard he's got some gold. Not all the same color, are all the same color. Wait, hang on. So the easiest way to confirm this is to just operate under the assumption that they're false first, and then see if everything else works around that. More in black than blue. No. Okay, so those have to be true. Does this have to be true? Let's do the same thing over here. More mimics in black than blue. No, you would... Well, no, it would be a lie, yeah. But then that would also make this a lie. So, those have to be good. Only one of these can be lying, so this one has to be the other mimic. Fuck. There's no way to know. I'm leaving it. It's only gold. Ow! Man, this sucks. Do I really have to waste my cheese again? Is a sentence that this game makes you say sometimes. If not now, when? No, but I didn't want to eat it right before another damn town! Yeah, give me the scratchers. They have like an absurdly high hit rate. Even that one. Yeah, defense is a problem. Heal me, I need to numb. Just give me all of them. I do not care. I cannot keep getting beat up like this. And my defensive gear sucks, so I will just eat every single defense candy I can find. Off we go! 3 from here on? Okay. Y'all were lying. Would everything else work? Mimic, yeah. Mimic among the black, mimic among the blue, among the black. Same number on left and right, same number on top and bottom. Alright. Reverse. If you're all telling the truth. No, you know what? I'm gonna stake it on this. Fuck it. It worked out too clean. I didn't want... I wanted to believe in it. I didn't work all the way through. I, like, quit midway through, but I was like, nah. Nah, it's gotta be. It's too good. It's too pretty. I need it to work like that. There's no gold in the rightmost row. That feels like a lie. Almost all of these are well, here's a good way to find out. There's a mimic among the black boxes. We know that has to be true. And it's gold. Fucking lying assholes. Some gold somewhere in the leftmost row. Mathematically, there must be. Rightmost column has one or more mimics. True. Gold in the bottom row. Mathematically... okay, bottom row contains no mimics. Okay, we know where the liar is. Good, I have another jacket. Oh, damn. 2 damage is actually pretty... Damn, the defense... Defense candy doing work. Oh, go to sleeper. Alright. Top row has at least 1 mimic. I have to believe you. One of you is lying to me. You two agree with each other. First, we'll take that. Okay, so let's look at this. There's a mimic among the red boxes. So at least one must be one of them must be blue or black. If this were true, alright, hang on. Let's say there's no mimic among the black boxes. All the mimics are their same color. That would be false. Which would then invalidate this. So these must be okay. Right? Okay. All the mimics are the same color. I don't think that's mathematically possible anymore. Boxes. Okay, so number 2 is over here. And number 3 is right here because this must be lying. Because one of these we know for sure. So there is a mimic among the red boxes. That one's lying. Is no mimic among the blue boxes, and that one's sleeping. Finally, good armor. And I am still getting washed. One mimic is hiding in a red box. That has to be true because it's a red box saying it. Those ones confuse me a little bit. It's also corroborated over here. Two mimics are hiding in black boxes, he says with one black box on the screen. Okay, so now that we know that one of them is blue, we can say for sure that not all mimics are the same color. Because if they were, the other two would have to be blue, and if this one is lying, this one would also have to be lying, which I keep doing that backwards. Let's start here. One mimic is in a red box. Good. Right, so if they were lying, right? Not all the mimics are the same color. Then it would be saying all the mimics are the same color. But they're not. So these have to be okay. I'm not sure if I can work the rest of these out. And I really want to because it's a lot of gear. I might. Do I have a... I have first. Okay, the center box is telling me. The bottom row does have more mimics than the top. Surprisingly, that does not tell us that much. That seems like it should be very clear. It's either... There's only 2 left of the 3. It's either 2 to 1, or it's 2 or 1 to 0. Okay, let's just start hitting buttons. So we're gonna say this is a mimic, so that this is telling the truth. Their mimics are hiding in black boxes, but then that would be correct. would have to be the Mimic, but it can't be the Mimic. Alright, so it's you and you. Right row and left. Right and left have the same number of Mimics. 0 Mimics hiding in black boxes. That would be true. Logically, this doesn't work either. I spent this much time on it. I really want to get it now. Even though now that I'm looking at the rest of this, at what I've gotten out of these chests, this is all for gold. Which is not worth it. But I just don't want to be wrong. That's true for sure. That's a Mimic for sure. There's not 2 black boxes. Right row has more Mimics than the left. We'll say that is incorrect. That's true. And that would also be true. That works. Oh. Definitely gonna need another blue crystal after that. And probably one of these and a couple of these. And then as many of these as you have. S-rank defense! Oh yeah, I did have a jewel, didn't I? Well shit, give me all the attack candy too. Can't stop, won't stop. Unless I die of hunger, in which case I'll stop actually pretty quickly. Okay. More Mimics in blue than red boxes. All right. 3 of you say that. Let's see if you're all lying. Box above me isn't a Mimic? Lie. Okay, so we can say with pretty well certainty. Good. The first column contains no Mimics. There's no gold in the leftmost row? That's a lie. We got one at least. Most column contains no Mimics. We can't say if that's true or false right now because if it's lying, then it satisfies its own condition. And if it's true, it also satisfies its own condition. Let's say it's true. Top row contains no Mimics? Lie. Box below me isn't a Mimic? Lie. Interesting. Workable. Let's go the other way. Fuck. Help. Okay. Is still a lot. Yeah, I got 5 HP. What of it? Oh, this is like weirdly well timed. Actually, holy shit. Fuck off. Shut up. Yeah, this rules. This is actually so good. In a game with, like... In a game with weapon durability, that's so invaluable. You best believe I'm taking another one of those blue crystals. They're so important. Definitely give me one of those. And the rest, give me an attack candy. Alright, here we go. Shit, okay. So we've got 2 mimics right off the bat. These 2 are lying, or this one and this one are lying. So there's only 1 mimic left in all the rest of these. These directly conflict with each other. Wait a second. No, hang on. All of the mimics are the same color. If that were true, that would make both of these mimics, but they're not the same color. So then, that's impossible. So then not all the mimics are the same color, but 2 of them are black, which means these ones must both be correct. There's more mimics in blue than red, which means that's true. No mimic among the red boxes, true. Done. Settled. Are the same color. 3x3. All right. Does this work? That's obviously not correct. So yeah, by nature, let's open these because we know we can. Oh my god, we're getting so many good pieces of equipment. And I did think I saw something... I did see something called the Master Blade, I believe. Same number in blue and black, more in blue and black. So we have at least 1 more mimic between these 2. Oh, same deal here. More mimics in black than red. Same number of mimics in black than red. So with this confirmed mimic, and one of these being a mimic for sure, and one of these being a mimic for sure, we can say for sure this one is true. Yeah? Yeah. Weirdly, it's like... We're so well equipped right now, it would almost be worth just running through to the end of the dungeon. Like, we don't have to do all of these. All of these are, like, potential game overs that we're risking. I'm strong enough to win now, so we could just blitz it. But if I were to do that, then we're just, you know... Wait a second. Oh, yeah. There are more mimics in blue than black boxes. Same number of mimics in red? No, that can't be true. I doubted that in my heart for a second. Hi. So we're gonna definitely sell the Power Axe. And the Jewel. And probably the Iron Armor. I'll keep the blue in case we need a backup, but we're probably good. And what do you actually have? A charm? I'll take a charm. The only thing that's gonna kill me now is a dumb mistake, so insurance against a dumb mistake is very good right now. Yeah, we're SS. That's what I'm saying. I should just blitz the bottom of the dungeon. Like nothing's gonna touch me. Right row has more mimics than the left. If you were all lying, and everything else was true. Nope. Box Molemy isn't a mimic? That's verifiably true. Box on the right is a mimic? Also verifiably true. Box above me has some gold in it. 1, 2, 3, 4. We already mined all the gold. You're lying. And you're also lying. And I think you're also lying. You know, it still isn't free. The permanent progression is relatively light. There's a couple of meta progression items. You get something called adventure points at the end of each run, and with that you can do things like your gut, which is like your hunger meter, goes down slower. You start with more starting HP, or max HP rather. What's the other? What are the other ones? Gain XP faster. Puck, it's funny. Tom came in and told me that the Game Awards were happening as I started, and I was like, oh yeah. I don't give a fuck. And that was the end of that. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. It's what he's known for. But he went off to work with NetEase, so... Shut up! That's as blatant as Igarashi going off and making Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. I have no idea what I'm looking at here. So I think I'm gonna skip it. I'm at B rank for my attack power with no equipped weapons. You know what? There's no gold in the box to my left. That surprisingly tells me very little. No gold in the box below me. That was true. This is complicated, and I'm really strong, so I don't want to fuck with it. You can't make me. And I still got the bonus. I skipped like almost 2 entire floors. And I got it by 1. Hang on. Yeah, sell that sickle. Alright, give me that lottery ticket. Shit! Alright, I guess we're going in as is. I don't actually have that much healing. It's a little concerning. I could sell some things. Oh, yeah, I don't need the charm anymore. Shit, I should have used that to grab some shit I didn't need. Sell the blue one. Alright, that'll do. Let's go Master Sword this shit. First off, use these things. Yep, good. Okay. Now the energy drink. Now just start wailing away. Yeah, get him. That's alright. I had another gold armor sitting behind that one. Didn't mean shit to me. Is that a globe? Is that like a golden globe? Did I get a golden globe? I got the golden globe! That's fan voting, so it's more legitimate. So here's your meta progression. It's not much, but this game costs $3, so I'm good with it. It's time for random strategy. Very lightweight meta progression. Very, very lightweight. Yes. The game really is just about doing these logic puzzles. And you kind of just have to do, like, enough of them to get gear to clear the dungeon. But the combat is also essentially just auto-battling. Alright. In random dungeons, if there are 6 boxes, that means there will be 1 to 2 mimics. I don't like that. Times like this, it's safest to assume the max amount of mimics are in there. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Number 5 says none of the blue boxes are mimics. If there's only 1 mimic, then number 1 would be safe to open. But there could be 2 mimics, so now neither is safe to open. Cool. Now let's look at number 6. It says the bottom row contains no mimics. Number 6's hint covers number 5. Number 5's hint covers number 1. Maximum number of mimics is 2. That means number 1 should be safe to open. If number 1 was a mimic, it would also make number 5 and number 6 liars, which is 1 too many mimics. Finally, number 2 says the rightmost column contains no mimics in it, which means, following the logic of the hint, number 2's hint covers number 6, number 6 hint covers number 5, number 5 covers number 1. In other words, it should be safe to open 5 and 1. I'm fucked. Number of mimics is guaranteed to be less than half the number. Okay. Here goes! Okay, so like for sure, one of these and one of these. So you're cool and you're cool. And you're cool. So you're not. And you're not. And you're cool. So it said less than specifically. And in this case, there are 6 and it says there are 1 to 2 mimics. So I think less than not equal to. Less than half. One of these boxes contains a mimic. What, like one of any of the boxes? Well, I mean... it must, right? Leftmost column has 1 or more, leftmost column has none. Okay, those are in argument with each other. Which means there must be a mimic among the red boxes. There's a mimic among the blue boxes. No, there's not. Black boxes. Oh no. Okay, so you two are in like direct argument with it. I'm very confused about what it means by one of these boxes. Like, do you mean all of the boxes up here? One of the boxes in your row, in your column, in your color? Let's go with this for now. we got a fancy bow. I'm gonna have to just do this. Wait, is it saying that there is only one Mimic on the board? Specifically one, not one or more. Specifically, there is only one Mimic. Okay, that's probably a lie. That would make, okay. Yes, yes. And then I think this is actually, this is impossible to parse. Yeah, I'm not doing more than that. Hi. I don't have enough to buy anything. Okay, I will buy one defense candy. Nom 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 nom. Okay. One box contains a Mimic. And 3 of you say it. Mimic is hiding in a black box. Okay. Done. Good. Thanks for saving me a shot. Rightmost column has 1 or more Mimics. Well, if you were both lying, you can't both be lying because this, yeah, you would incriminate yourself. Okay, cool. Is Mimic among the black boxes? No, there's not. And also, yeah, we knew from this one. There's no Mimic among the black boxes. True. There's no Mimic among the blue boxes. True. Leftmost column contains no Mimics. True. Good. Light work. Light work. 2 of these boxes contain a Mimic, or perhaps 1. Box above me isn't a Mimic. Box on the left isn't a Mimic. Mimic among the black boxes must be true. Alright, let's think about coverage here. Box above me isn't a Mimic. If that's lying, this is lying. That means this is lying. We can't have that. So this one at least must be true. If you're lying, then you're lying. But then this one would also have to be lying, so you have to be good. But if that's the case, then there is 2 boxes that contain them. Okay. I I didn't fully understand how it worked, but it worked, so I don't care. Moving on. Honestly, pretty harmless. Give it to me. Hell yeah. Give it to me for the gut. I think I could probably start worrying about gut less. Because it's essentially time, and I'm going through these fast enough that, like, time is not turning out to be a huge issue. All right, now it's 1 to 3. But luckily, we know that one of those is a mimic for sure. We know one of you is a mimic for sure. But only one. I think that you're probably... No, I can't say that yet. Alright, let's just say that you're telling the truth. Right? Box on the right is a mimic. Alright, you're a mimic. Diagonal on the right for me isn't a mimic. Alright. You are a mimic, then. Diagonal on the left for me is a mimic? No, it's not. That would mean that you're correct. You're wrong. And you're correct. And unfortunately, that all works. Now let's try it this way. That doesn't work. Cool. There is or is not a mimic among the blue boxes. No, diagonal down right for me is a mimic. So you're also in this whole thing. Wait a second. Blue box says there is a mimic among the blue boxes, so that one has to be telling the truth. So you're lying. You're telling the truth. You're telling the truth. You're telling the truth, and you're telling the truth. Big treasure. Hi. Give me another. I'm gonna need it. I don't know when, but I'm gonna need it. Sell the branch, sell the sickle, sell another sickle, sell a wood axe, sell a sharp sickle, and probably keep that one. We might need it later. And with that money, buy attack power. I'll get some armor someday. Top row has at least one mimic. Okay, 4 of you say it, it must be true. And therefore you're lying. And fuck off. If ever there was a time hitting everything for like the exact amount to kill it, and that's extremely satisfying. Okay. Cool. Top row has a mimic. Top row has no mimics. That's one. Diagonal up left is a mimic. That's two. Diagonal up left for me is a mimic. If you were lying, and you were telling the truth, you would also be telling the truth. And you would be lying, which would mean that wouldn't be a mimic. And you would be lying, you would be telling the truth. The top row, no. You would, no. No, this can't work. No, stop. Top row contains no mimics, top row has at least one mimic. These can't coexist. If the top row contains no mimics, that means the bottom row contains no mimics, but that would make this one a liar. So, like, if this were lying, and this were true, but then there would be a mimic down there, right? So the top row must have a mimic, and it has to be that one. And then this one actually remains in flux. But we can say at least for sure that that's true. That's a mimic. Diagonal of left for me is a mimic. True. So now we have a situation where, like, there's two things accusing something else of being a mimic. So there are two more mimics. So 3 boxes do contain a mimic. You're lying. And you're lying. So give me these ones. That wasn't worth it. Oh, hey. Wow, I feel like I'm seeing a lot of you. And weirdly, you don't ever seem to have food. Whetstone? No, of course not. That would be useful. You could take the sickle and the wood axe and the novice staff and the shady clothes. And the branch. Do you want this stick? Alright. Onwards. So one's down here for sure. We can only have 3. Box on the right is a mimic. Okay, say you're lying. You're lying. And you're also... These two cover for each other. They can't... If they just straight up say the box on the right, the box on the left isn't a mimic, like, they naturally both have to be telling the truth, right? Because if it were like, then you would be lying. I guess they could both be lying. But But then you would be lying. Okay, so you're all clean. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Same number of mimics in blue and black boxes. I literally can't say if that's true or not, and it's not worth one treasure to find out, so. Yeah, I know, but we're gonna tank it for a bit, because it'll make the meat taste better. Also, we're in town. Oh shit, I have no money. Like, very little money. And of course, now there's a whetstone. Well, take the blue armor. And with that, I will buy a whetstone. So that I can use it to, bring that weapon back, because it's really good. And then... with the remaining 200, I will buy dinner. Alright, a sickle over here. I didn't even see that. I have 150. That's enough for a defense candy. Keep me alive. Holy shit. Okay, you can't. This. Oh boy. Fuck. Fuck this. Give me a starting point. One mimic is hiding in a red box. Okay, it's you. There are not, in fact, 2 mimics in black boxes. Got it. That does mean that 1 mimic is hiding in a blue box. We cannot say how many mimics are hiding in black boxes. It could be 0 and it could be 1. But at least I know I can open these. We just know it's not 2. But we already know that. We're kind of stuck on the logic with the other ones. Okay, one of you's lying. Box on the left is a mimic. Diagonal up left is a mimic. Okay. I believe you. Doesn't mean this one's true, though. Diagonal left isn't a mimic? Well, we know that. Mimic among the black boxes? Could be. Diagonal up left isn't a mimic. Well, hang on. Diagonal left isn't a mimic. If you were lying, then this one would be lying. And everything fits. But if you were telling the truth, then this one could be... Yep, okay, we're stuck. It doesn't feel like amazing, But there is, I gotta admit, something a little bit freeing about being able to just be like, yeah, okay, can't be solved. Okay, there is only one mimic. Confirmed. Bottom row contains no mimics? True. No mimic among the black boxes? True. I suppose it's also pretty good to just walk into a room and be like, all right, give me everything except for this one. Bottom row has at least one mimic. Alright. Done. Diagonal left from a mimic? True. There's a mimic among the black boxes? True. Diagonal isn't a mimic? True. Mimic among the black? True. 0 mimics hiding in blue boxes. Fuck all the way off. Hey, you kids behave or I will turn this car right around, I swear. God damn it, Cooper Fox, I told you to share it with your sister. He's playing these weird games and thinking. Sweetie, you playing those devil games again? What did I tell you about thinking? Oh, fuck. Alright, there's 3 that say the bottom row contains no mimics. That would make this true, that would make this true, and that would make this false. One of you is lying. I'm gonna go with this being the mimic and these ones being okay. Alright, cool. Oh, fuck, shit, fuck. Well, I mean, I guess it was fine. No, actually, it was totally fine. I don't know why I'm upset. 68. More than 66! Oh, now you're gonna start fucking me over on it. I mean, I guess I'll sell the meat. wake up bells. My equipment is, like, legitimately not that good. Like, this is not free at all. I think I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna go sell that and... You know what's actually interesting? Yeah, Cooper Fox it's kind of close to what I was gonna say. There's a lot of, like, I have been using the term AI to refer to things since I was like 6 years old, because it also refers to the programming of, like, computer run opponents in your video game. Like, it's the AI breaking when when there's an enemy on screen that doesn't know, like, which way to go back and forth. So it's weird to, like, still say that. Like, that is, like, a form of programming or, like, artificial intelligence. But, like, AI is now the catch-all term for, machine learning, LLMs, generative AI. Like, generative AI is a specific type of AI. But, like, you could refer to a lot of things as AI that don't necessarily fit the bill perfectly. Boy, I sure hope I don't die. Oh, no, we're good. Broke that weapon on your ass. It's blue. I like blue. Hey, you know what? I thought that was going to be a fucking shit show. Oh. Hello? Oh. Oh, look at this. There's a mysterious voice now? Did I summon someone? We get a wish? Oh my god, the silent protagonist! The silent protagonist is silent because of a curse. And we were on the quest to get the gems to break the Did it work? It worked, sis! I can finally talk again! This is amazing! I was really worried for a while there. That's what happens when you open up a cursed mimic that takes away your voice. Or when you sign contracts with sea witches. I guess sister. Can't believe it's been 3 months. Not being able to talk is a pain in the ass. It was really lonely. I couldn't order. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not doing this. It's just kind of seriously. So you're talking too much now. Of course I'm talkative. I couldn't talk for ages. It's too soon to celebrate. Now you have to help me out. Should break the curse put on you that's got that circlet stuck to your head. It's been almost 2 years since I could take this thing off. Alright. Let's chow down. Aww! I don't know why, but I was really not expecting to get credits, actually. Ah, this is cute. Any relation? I wish I had the talent to create a tile set for RPG Maker. I know you're freaked out now, but if we just go through several hundred floors of lethal puzzles, we can get your voice back. If you have any objections, say so now. Go on, speak up. Ooh, disable upgrades is fun. I haven't found super defense candy? I mean, that has to be what's there. There's a lot of things we haven't found yet. Alright, what's the new dungeon? Actually. No, that's it, I guess. Whoa! Whoa! Robbers will show up along with treasure boxes and mimics. Robbers always tell the truth, but open them and they will steal gold. Number. Most treasure box hints will include only numbers. Numbers correspond to how many mimics there are in the 8 directions around the box. Mimics give fake. That's it's Minesweeper. So there's Minesweeper. Mimics only tell the truth, but all normal boxes the same color as that mimic will lie. So mimics tell the truth, but the normal boxes the same color as the mimic lie. I don't even know how to begin to handle that. One confused box is mixed in with the rest. Confused boxes always tell lies, but are not treated as mimics and are safe to open. So it's the normal rules, except that... I can't with this. Ah! And I thought random was gonna be a pain in the ass. All right, I'm kind of curious about the... Wait, what? Hold on a second. Mimics give fake numbers. Jesus Alright, let's see if that's fine. Fuck this! I don't even know how to begin. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay. 0. So you're both safe, right? Right? Yeah. Hold on. In the 8 directions around the box. So if yeah, okay. So if the mimic itself Oh yeah, that does make sense. I think technically this game was $4, but I got it on sale for $3. If it were just Minesweeper, I would be fine. I think it was actually 20% off, so I actually got it for like 80 cents. It was like $3.20 or something like that. No. Because this is the problem, right? If it was this, right? This looks good, right? We're not accounting for the fact that 2 of these boxes are lying. And also, we're saying the top row has at least 1 mimic as a lie, but then we're putting a mimic up there. And this is why I'm all twisted in knots about this. Because I know how to solve a Minesweeper puzzle. I do not know how to solve a Minesweeper puzzle with bombs that lie to me. I mean, the other possibility is this, right? No, because that doesn't... These don't touch 2. This is a whole different animal. I went from like... rolling through these with feeling like pretty good about myself to just... absolute lost confusion. Okay, box on the right is a mimic. Let's say you're wrong. And that would mean... Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. How many floors are in this mode? Still 30! Still 30! Okay, so that is touching at least one. You're lying. Oh my god, we did one. Okay. Okay, mimic among the blue boxes has to be true. Which unfortunately tells us very little. If you were both, I would give you 2, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. I think that's right. All right. No mimic among the red boxes. That almost has to be a lie. So if it is, this would also be lying, but then this could be true, and this could be true. That, and that work. Okay. I am seeing a little bit through the matrix here. You know what feels right? There's no way these can both be 2s. And it works out really well. You touch there, you touch there. Box isn't a mimic. More than I expected, these are actually somewhat patterned. Yeah, give me that for sure. Leftmost column has 1 or more mimics. All right, Tom, I will get right on that. Something's wrong over here. These numbers don't make sense. These 2 look suspect to me. So all the rest of this works. hold on. Wait a second. I just, like... I just really, like, processed what you said. If I'm not completely losing it, I think you said there's a new Mega Man game. Are we saying that this is like a newly created Mega Man game, or did we just unearth one? Mega Man Dual Override 20... What the fuck does that mean? Which series does that fall in? Does that follow the Mega Man ZA timeline? Fuck. Cool. Wait, hold on. Wait. Is the game called Mega Man Dual Override 2027, or is it called Mega Man Dual Override and it comes out in 2027? Okay. All right. That makes more sense. I thought the same. I would have believed it easily. This has to be lying. I think this is the only way this works. Genuinely, I do not know if this game mode works if you have a random number of mimics. So I think what we have to do for all of these is work from the clue in the center and just be like, okay, true or false. And then see how everything else works around that. So rightmost column contains no mimics. Cool. Like, can this exist with that being the case? 2, this would have to be... It'd have to be these two. But then that would say 0, so this... That cannot be true. And that means you must be lying. Because you're at least touching 1. You look good. You look good. You're lying. You look good, you look good, you look good, you look good. That works. Okay, we have a strategy. no mimic among the blue boxes. All right. Let's say you're right. Then these are both good. These would have to be mimics then, because they can only touch one at most. That would give these the 2, so then these would have to be okay. And then that would have to be bad, and these would have to be good, and that actually works out, I think. I can't believe we're figuring this out. I was not intending to do this. But things are just kind of working. Top row contains no mimics. Doubtful, but let's assume you're right. There is no way in the world this could be touching 0 mimics. Have to be these 2? You know what? It plays. I can't believe this. I can't believe this is happening. It's actually really working. Rightmost column has 1 or more mimics. All right, assuming you're wrong. These would all have to be good then. I assume correct, like, I work through, like, the thing that I think is less likely so that I can try to disprove it. Three? No. Okay, so 1 or more mimics it is. And there's no way you're touching 3. And there's no way you're touching 3. And there's no way you're touching 0. Done. This game actually has no business being this good. Like, what are we doing here? There's no so many weapons. You know what? Just here. Yeah, sell all of it. Oh. Top row has at least one mimic. If you're wrong, then they'd all have to be good. And how does that work? It doesn't. Among the black boxes. Hang on a sec. You're both lying, so that's true. And that's true. Unless that one's lying. No, you can't be touching two. You know, there is a logic. For instance, shit, it works. Another thing I'm not super sure about, we ran into a number of instances in the first playthrough, or in the simpler stages, where multiple configurations could technically have been, like, within the logic. I wonder if that's true here, because I'm kind of coasting on, like, the first thing that fits everything I'm just kind of running with, even though, like, other things could also fit. Bottom row contains no mimics. Alright, let's test that. That would then mean these are both touching one. It would have to be this one. Box will be a mimic. That would be true. That would be a lie. That would be true. And that would be a lie. Okay. Again, the first configuration that works. And I just kind of roll with it, and it goes. Box on the left is a mimic. What if you're right? Frankly, doesn't tell us that much, does it? Let's try the other thing. Okay, you know what? That one sucks. There's a mimic among the black boxes. That has to be true. That has to be true. So that helps right off the bat. You're touching 0? I don't know if I believe that. It's time. Wow, you really are touching 3. Shit, okay. Well, there's no way in hell you're touching 0 then. Because it's gotta be one of you, if not both. Yeah, you're not touching 3 either. I think it's you. You're touching 1, you're touching 1, you're touching 2, you're touching 1. Yeah. This is so sick. No mimic among the black boxes. Alright, let's assume you're right. These are all good. That would mean this one's bad, which it would have to be in that circumstance. And then... I can't go any further from there, weirdly enough. Oh, hang on. Yeah, let me test that. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I knew the 0 was suspicious, but I couldn't quite articulate why. So that would make this true. Could very well be this, this, and this. That works. Yeah, I'm increasingly convinced that there's like only one there's only one logical answer that can happen. Oh, I have a large cure. Cool, I had not really gotten a chance to get those before. Sell the rice ball. Probably keep that. I mean, we're probably fine. I just have to make sure. Yeah, we're fine. We're just gonna... Yep. What the hell is that? A slate piece? Oh, it's up there on the wall. Interesting. So what is all this again? Oh. Okay, so the bottom ones are do all of the levels, and the top ones are high score challenge. And for each type of dungeon. Oh my god! We fell 64 points short of it. Damn, we kicked that much ass? Wow. I think that's enough mimicking. Today was a good day. I wanted to solve puzzles, and I solved so many fucking puzzles. That was good for me. I hope it was good for all of you as well. Headphones off. Glasses off. I was gonna stream, but you know what? I don't feel like it. So instead, I'm just gonna hit this button and I'm gonna see you all later. And I don't know if I'm gonna keep you all on the hook for going through like 18 different varieties of dungeon and different logic puzzles. My brain might need a rest. I might have to go back to like Age of Imprisonment or something, just to like switch my brain off for a bit. Curse to Golf was really fun. I want to play more of that too. I get into this feeling where I have to like stream just one game until it's done. I tend to like hyperfixate, and I'm just like, all right, I'm in this, and it has to just be this, because I'm always wary of the thing where like I drop a game and then I don't play it for a long time, and then I have to come back to it months later and remember what I was doing. I hate doing that. But I think in this case it would be fine. I'm not gonna forget what the plot was. All right, good night, everybody. This was fun. Thanks for being here.